Good, you all right?
Okay, if everyone's ready, I think we're ready to get started. If you could rise for the invocation, and we have Pastor Robert Lopez. Thank you for being here again from the gathering at Premier Iglesia Bautista Church.
Good morning. Thank you, Judge, for the opportunity to open the session in prayer. Let us pray. Most gracious Heavenly Father, we come before you today, Lord, to thank you, Father, for the blessing of life. Lord, I lift this session before you, Father God, and I pray, Father God, that you would grant listening ears and attentive hearts, Father, to those, Father, that make decisions for this community, Father God. Father, I pray a blessing upon Connie Scott, Mike Pusley, Joe Gonzalez, John Mattis, and Brent Chesney, Father God, that you would guide their hearts, Father, as you would lead them, Father. That the decisions that are made here today, Father God, would first and foremost honor you and benefit the community, Lord. I pray, Father, that as each person that speaks here today, Father God, that you would also give them peace and comfort, Father, as they present their agendas before this court, Father God. Lord, and once again, Father, I thank you for the opportunity that you afford me to be able to open this session, Father, by honoring you first and foremost. So we thank you, Lord, for giving us life, for giving us health, Father, and more importantly, for giving us the ability to be here today. So we ask a blessing upon this session. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Now for the pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Good morning, Commissioner. Thank you all. We have all commissioners present. The date is Thursday, April 24th. We are at the Nueces County Courthouse at 901 Leopard. I do certify there is a quorum present. It is 9:09, and I call this meeting to order. Do we have item D, any announcements or disclosures, conflicts of interest? There being none, if someone has some, you can bring it up at that time as well. Item E1, adopt the following resolutions, and E1 is in recognition of 2025 Robstown Early College High School girls powerlifting team for their fourth, not first, second, or third, their fourth consecutive state championship. Awesome, girls. Yeah. And if you will read that recognition, please.
A lot of clanking going on out there. I like that. A lot of medals.
Well, good morning, everyone. Whereas the Robstown High School Lady Pickers powerlifting team has once again proven their strength and determination, clinching their fourth consecutive Texas High School Women's Powerlifting Association 4A D2 state championship on Friday, March 14th. The powerhouse team had several athletes earn individual accolades, solidifying Robstown's dominance in the sport, whereas the Lady Pickers powerlifting team are honored with a history-setting record by senior Leah Alanis in the 123-pound division with a 425-pound squat, tying the 4A bench press record at 250 pounds. And achieving the highest total lift at 1,025 pounds. Who's Leah? Wow. She also...
So she could lift this whole court.
Right.
I'm not
So she also earned the titles of Best Lightweight Squat and Best Overall Lightweight Lifter. Also included in outstanding performances, Jaylin Fernandez, third place, a 105-pound class. Taylor Alanis, fourth place in the 132-pound class. Paloma Calderon with a fifth place at the 132-pound class. Jaylee Larrabee, second place, 165-pound class. Olivia Morales, fourth place on the 165-pound class. And Catarina Herrera, fourth place in the 148-pound class. So head coach John Sanchez was recognized as the winning coach, a testament of the dedication and excellence of the program. Congratulations to all the coaching staff, which includes also Josh Hernandez and Katie Ruiz. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, hereby recognizes the Robstown High School Lady Pickers powerlifting team for their resilience, dedication, and strength, who not only excel in their sport, but also lead in their school and community.
Thank you. I believe the coaches back there, would you like to say a few words about
Yes,
your
ma'am.
team? And then I'm sure Commissioner Motez is going to take it over from there, too.
Sure. I'll make this brief. Thank you very much for allowing us to be here this morning. It's truly an honor to stand here before you today and recognize a group of young women who have accomplished something truly remarkable, not just for their school, but for their entire community and county as well. Our girls powerlifting teams brought home the fourth consecutive state title. 4 years, 4 titles, one incredible legacy, right? And that was our goal from the beginning of this season. Everybody last year had three-peat on their mind, and we accomplished that. This year it was, keep the momentum rolling, keep the ball rolling. And they've accomplished everything they've set out to. So kudos to them. Everything that they have, they deserve through their hard work, their sweat, their determination. I want to speak a little bit individually about our student athletes here, because I think they really do deserve it, the amount of work that they put in and dedication to the sport. So in the 123-pound class, Leah Alanis had a historic season, regional champion, best overall lifter and record breaker at regions, at state. She tied the all-time state squat record with a 425-pound squat, which is more than I can do. So wow. That's, yeah. Tied the 4A bench press record and set a new state total record of 1,025 pounds. Amazing is the only word I can use to describe that, right? In the 132s, we actually had 2 lifters in that division. Her twin sister Taylor Alanis won her region with an 875-pound total. It said her teammate Paloma Calderon earned 5th place, continuing to show the depth and talent of this group. Right, we have seniors in this group that were led. We also have juniors and a couple of sophomores that weren't able to be here today due to conflicting interests. But in the 148s, Kat Herrera finished 4th at state. Gianna Olguin placed 6th, both consistently competing at a high level all season long, and that's what we expected from all of our athletes. Every meet that we went to, we expected to come out on top, and they proved themselves week in and week out. Best deadlift in the heavyweight division was earned by Olivia Morales. She totaled 990 pounds, which again is a feat in itself. Jaylee Larrabee in the 165s earned 2nd place at state with a 1,010-pound total, an extraordinary performance on the state's biggest stage. Wow. In the 105-pound class, Jaylin Fernandez took home 3rd at state, improving her total to 725 pounds and showing incredible resilience throughout that entire meet. There was a point in the meet during the squat, which is the first lift of the meet, where it got pretty tight, it got pretty close call, but she was able to persevere and pull through for her team, not only for herself but for her team as well. These young women didn't just win; they lifted each other to greatness, week in and week out, every morning, showing up at 6:30 a.m., putting the work in. When a lot of our Other student athletes are at home sleeping. You know, a lot of the state is at home sleeping. These girls are at the school, at the gym, putting in the work it takes to be champions. So they made history this year, bringing home their fourth consecutive, and it's well deserved. So again, my hat goes off to them. I know my coaches, Coach Hernandez, Coach Ruiz. You know, we can't say enough about these girls, and we can't be more proud of them. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
I just want to say how proud I am of this school, this team, this community. Always getting behind whatever event that it is, but being able to watch many of these athletes compete for the seniors over the last 4 years. And by the way, that is a competition to hold up the plate to see who holds up the longest. Is that why you won? No, it's not a real one. It looks like it is a real weight, like the 45-pound weight. It's been a while since I've been in the gym, but I remember the big ones are 45. But, you know, you all are amazing. And it's not only the academics, or the athletics, it's the academics as well. And I know for the Alanese sisters, y'all are going to UTSA to compete at a higher level, right? Is it a club, or is it a club? So one step right below the national competition, but they'll still be going out representing UTSA, and that I'm proud of. And do we have any other seniors here that are going to be competing at the next level? So no. So two? One more?
Yeah,
All right. Where are you
yes.
going?
The Islanders.
Islanders, all right. That's the way to go. Yeah. Well, nevertheless, it's been fun watching you. Not going to travel all the way to go watch you compete at state, but your family, many of your families have been posting online on Facebook, so that's how I was watching. It was middle of the day or whatever, and we could see it or watch it later on. And if you haven't watched these young ladies, yes, Coach, you were talking about that one hairy spot that looked like, oh, I can pull it out, and I was watching that, but it's amazing to see the strength that you bring to the community, and just like I said, getting behind you all the way, all the time. You know that you have Robstown proud behind you, and so I just want to welcome you back again next year, those that are juniors and below, because we know you're going to be here for our 5-peat. Let's do it again. You all have set the standard in not just for Robstown, but for the county, for the community, for the area, for the state. You all have the gold standard. So please keep it up. Don't forget about your community. Come back after you're done with school. We need you. We want you to stay here and to be here as adults. But nevertheless, I am so proud as your commissioner to represent you. And I kept telling Priscilla, and if you couldn't tell, she was a little excited reading the proclamation herself. She's a proud picker. So she, I said, let's keep on tabs. Let's keep watching them. As soon as they're done with their season, let's bring them on. We're hoping that you were going to get all the way to the state, and we knew you would. And so we're just happy to recognize you once again. Thank you for coming. Congratulations.
Yes, and we have photos up here, but I just want to, again, applaud you for your determination, your hard work, and your dedication, and we're so proud of your representation of this county, and we couldn't be more proud to give you this little slight recognition, but we are honored to have you representing us out in the community as well, so thank you.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Even better. That's even better. No.
We're good. Come on up here, ladies. Come up in the well. Are you good? You all right? You're in charge. We're good. Doing the books. There you go.
1, 2, 3.
Congratulations. Congratulations, ladies. Good job. Congratulations. Good job. Congratulations. Good job. Congratulations. Good job, Coach. Good job, Coach.
So I will make the motion to pass that. I'm sure Commissioner Modas wants to second that motion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Item number 2, in recognition of Child Abuse Prevention and Awareness Month. And Peyton, you're going to read? Oh, I had somebody else. Okay.
Whereas in Nueces County, we believe that children thrive in safe, stable, and nurturing families with their own communities. Through establishing partnerships with families that capitalize on collective strengths of parents and their children, we can build strong, healthy families and resilient communities where children can thrive. Whereas, sadly, child abuse and neglect are still significant public health issues. In fiscal year 2024, 99 children died in the state of Texas due to abuse or neglect, 2 children being from Nueces County. Despite the complex factors that can lead into child maltreatment, it can be prevented. Whereas child welfare organizations in Nueces County have been long supported and advocated for the well-being of local children. Through collaborative efforts, these organizations provide essential services, financial assistance, and vital resources while working to educate the community and raise awareness about child abuse prevention. Each year, the month of April is dedicated to recognizing the critical work being done across our great county and to protect and uplift our children. Whereas child abuse prevention is a task that requires daily work and continued education of everyone in our county. Child abuse prevention cannot be tasked to one person, agency, or system. We must all work together to strengthen our communities and keep children and families safe. It takes everyone working hard to create positive, healthy environments for the future leaders of our great county and state. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County does hereby proclaim April 2025 to be Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month in Nueces County, and encourages everyone to learn more about the many aspects of child abuse and neglect prevention and utilize the systems and networks put in place to protect our children. Together, we can create a brighter future for children and families in Nueces County and ensure tomorrow's leaders have the support they need to reach their potential. Duly adopted by the vote of the Commissioners Court in Nueces County, Texas on this 24th day of April 2025.
Now I'll get this correct. Do I have a motion?
Motion. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. And just for Priscilla, I messed up that last one, not you. I'm very sorry. But Jennifer, I think you're going to speak on behalf of this, and we're excited
Yes,
to have you
ma'am.
here today. Thank you.
I am so excited to be back. Thank you. First of all, I wanted to thank Peyton personally. She's been a great help in getting everything back to where we need to be. I know I came last year and things had kind of fallen by the wayside, and I'm so excited to be here today. Again, my name is Jennifer. Sorry, I'm with Foster Angels of South Texas. I have our Executive Director, Hillary, here with us today. We have our new Child Welfare Board Chair, Tracy Jackson's with us today. We have the department with Monica Alanis is here with the Department of Family Protective Services, Izzy with Nate's Next Kid Up, and Crystal and Taylor and Yesenia with A World for Children. And again, the proclamation we read this year, if you noticed, was changed a little bit. It's not just one organization that fights child welfare. It really is about 10 to 12 organizations here in the Coastal Bend that do it on an everyday basis. And so over the last year, we've gotten back together. We've done collaborative events and activities to really coordinate and do what's best for the interest of all the children in Nueces County. And I just want to thank you for helping us get back on board and having a child welfare board and doing all those things that we need to do. We appreciate you, and we appreciate the continued support we have as we try to fight child abuse, not just in April, but every day throughout the year. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you all, and thank you for being here. We have a resolution for you as well, if y'all would come up. All the different people and organizations, please come up and do a photo with us. Does anyone want to?
Judge, just real quick, I was just going to say, I wanted to say thanks for doing this and getting this back on. And it's been a long time since I've been over there, but I will tell you, without foster angels, I wouldn't have been able to survive as a county court of law judge. All the stuff that y'all have done, and thank you all for your volunteer work on this, because I know it's just so important, and just thank you very much. I mean, we appreciate you coming, and don't want you to leave without knowing that this is really truly a great value to all of us, and a great level of appreciation that we have for everything you do. So thank you very much.
And Judge, also I mean, this month is always on my calendar. I don't mark it, I just know it. Just the whole month is always it's a celebration of the works of Son. It's awareness of the tragedies that happen. It's about the education. It's about the support we need for the families, but also for the caseworkers and the support staff that are out there. Once again, FAST and all the other groups that are out there that are supporting this, we can't thank you enough for the work that you do. And so I just want to personally thank everyone who's still in the battle to fight against abuse and neglect, and who are advocates, true advocates, who have made it their lifelong profession to continue to be in that role of work. So thank you all for all you do. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you very much. Thank you for everything you do. I know it's tough.
Hello. How are you? Yeah. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you all very much. Thank you all very much for your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your work. Thank you. Good to see you, Tracy. Thank you for your work. Thank you very much. Is he still involved? I'm sorry? Is Tanner still involved?
Oh, yeah, he's our owner now.
Tell him I said hello.
Will do. So, yes, the John Welfare Board will be working with them.
Yeah, but
Thank you.
I helped the rebel. Rainbow does great stuff.
And Jennifer was the one getting our board back activated as well. Moving on to item F, public comment. Do I have the, oh, here it is right here. First up, Mr. Tom Crepel. Please note you have 3 minutes and we cannot respond.
Good morning. My name's Tom Kreppel, resident District 3. I appear before you today requesting that you take a position in opposition to a bill in the Texas legislature, Texas Senate Bill 8. It's passed the Senate. It's currently in the Texas House. What Senate Bill 8 would do is it would require any county the size of Nueces, its sheriff's office, to enter into an agreement with the Immigration and Customs Enforcement to perform certain ICE operations. In my opinion, immigration simply spun out of control. ICE alone is spending $8.5 billion a year. Texas alone, through Operation Lone Star, is spending $2.75 billion a year. We're taking people off of the street, rendering them to places unknown for nothing more than expressing an opinion and having suspect tattoos. This would be triple taxation. I pay taxes to the federal government, in part it goes to ICE. I pay taxes to the state, in part it goes to Operation Lone Star. I pay taxes to the Nueces County, it goes for support of the sheriff's office. I'd be paying 3 times for basically the same kinds of functions. Sheriff's Office personnel, time, resources should be used to address local needs, not federal needs. ICE doesn't do Sheriff's Office jobs. Sheriff's Office shouldn't be doing ICE jobs. The Sheriff's Office complains of short staffing, difficulty in recruiting, retaining, having low pay, old equipment, and so forth. And having to devote time to doing federal duties is a misuse of local taxpayer money, or it raises real serious questions about the argument about all these insufficiencies in the Sheriff's Office. And when the federal money runs out, and I think you know this well, you've seen it before, when the federal money runs out, you'll be asked to make up that deficit. And that simply is a strategy that I don't think you should entertain. So I would encourage you to adopt a position in opposition to Senate Bill 8 and communicate that to our representative, to Todd Hunter. And I appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Myra Alanis.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Myra Alanis, and I'm here representing concerned citizens of Robstown and Calallen. The report I've given you is from an air permit consultant hired by us to evaluate Avena's air permit and TCEQ's response issued last month. The consultant pointed out 9 pages of vague data used in modeling, issues with air monitors that are used to determine our air quality, TCEQ's lack of ammonia monitoring capabilities, crucial technical and safety information not included, and 9 more pages of other issues. We've often been told that the county has no authority over permitting process. That may be true, but what you do have control over is tax abatements. When and if Avena approaches you for a tax abatement, we urge you to not reward them for destroying our communities. This company has already been handed extraordinary advantages, including potential federal tax incentives, a water contract that gives them free water, superior water rights, and the ability to ask for unlimited water with no caps and no number on the amount of requests that can be made. When the time comes, don't reward them for the abatement so they can later increase their bottom line and increase their profits at our expense. Hold them accountable. Make Avena pay for every cent they owe. They should not be rewarded for putting our health, safety, and quality of life at risk. As all of the commissioners are aware of, companies like Avena often return after tax abatement agreements end to challenge and reduce their appraised value, further negatively impacting our community. What we have seen are consistent annual increases in our property taxes, depletion of our water sources, and the pollution of our communities. Don't let this to happen again, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak on public comment that did not have the opportunity to sign in? There are none. That ends our public comment. Moving on to item G, board appointments. Number 1, the Nueces County Library Advisory Board. We have 2 openings. 1 letter of intent from a member that wishes to serve again, and 2 new applicants. Crystal was here. Does anyone wish to make a motion? I would make the motion to reappoint the letter of intent. I don't have the name of Tabitha Greenwood.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And then there's one other appointment. There were 2 applications.
And motion to, for Ricardo Bosques.
Second?
We have a motion and a second for Ricardo Bosques. And any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. I'd just like to say that we greatly appreciate both the applicant, people willing to serve on our boards, and I understand this Vicki has been at the library and volunteering and working, everything. We appreciate that service, and please continue. Please keep helping us out, everything that we can. We only have limited numbers, and it's difficult decisions we make all the time, but we appreciate everyone's application on that. Thank you. Moving on to item 2, the consent agenda. Does any member have any items they wish to pull for further discussion?
If I can get my microphone to
That's
work.
okay.
Your Honor, I'd like to pull out item H3 and item J.
Any others? Anyone?
Judge, I would make a motion to approve items A through H, other than H3, and item I on the consent agenda.
It's item J.
Jay?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
J, my bad. Okay, not J. So A through I, other than H3.
I'll second that motion.
Sorry.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? I'm sorry.
I thought we were going to hold item D, Commissioner Chesney.
Oh, is that where it is?
Yes,
believe that's where it
I
is.
thought
I
you changed your
apologize.
mind. Yes.
Yeah, no, and I don't need to pull out all of it. I just need to pull out the, thank you for the DLF item, not all of special motions, just the DLF.
Do we know what number that is on there, or is it itemized?
It's number 3.
Number 3?
So if we can pull out D3 as well. Thank you, Edward. Appreciate that.
So you want to change your motion?
My motion would be A through I, other than D3 and H3, and other
Okay.
than J.
And
The motion to pass
Commissioner?
the rest.
Second that.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Let's pull J.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously then. Okay, D3 comes up first. Commissioner Chesney?
Judge, I just need to take that one into executive session,
Oh,
please.
okay, yes.
B3.
And that would be as per Government Code 551.071.
But that D3 is not under the consent agenda, huh?
It's
Yes,
it's within the special motions. It's just the special motions.
one of the payments.
It's the ARPA special motions list.
No special motions.
And then moving on to H3.
Yes, Your Honor, I asked that we pull that. And it's, I think, kind of exciting news. I worked with Teresa to have our Texas State Aquarium added to the list of our approved outside agencies. And as many of you know, I have served for a number of years on the board of directors of the Texas State Aquarium. And was recently promoted to the executive board for the same salary. But anyway, I just think this is a great opportunity, and if you'll look at your screen, among all the other things that the aquarium does, if you look at these pictures that are now displayed during our last major freeze event, these are all of the sea turtles that the aquarium managed to rescue and save and bring into our great rescue facility there and keep them warm and healthy until the weather improves so that they could be released back into their natural environment. But the aquarium does a lot of great things for this community, and I couldn't be more proud to be associated with them. The rescue center is doing amazing things. We have two representatives here this morning, Jesse Gilbert, the Executive Director, and Jennifer Vela, who is the Chief Government Affairs Officer for the Texas State Aquarium. And Jesse, I don't know if you'd like to take a moment to address the commissioners.
Commissioner, while he's walking up, I wanted to just add to that. I'd reached out to the aquarium after the sea turtle rescue that they did. It was just absolutely phenomenal. I was also out there for the sea turtle release that they did. That was just phenomenal, where they released, I don't know, 400 or 500 that day. It was big ones. I got to handle one of the turtles. It was kind of cool. A lot of those kids really enjoyed that. I got wet, but that was great. And I'll be, I've got we haven't done outside agency funding in a couple of years, and so I got to go find some. But I'll be doing the same thing and adding some to that, because I really do appreciate everything you do, but especially since you pointed out the sea turtles, I wanted to jump in there because that was just an amazing thing. And the facility that you have there, we're going to be calling on you. We're still going to be, don't worry. We're still putting together some plans. The Coastal Parks Board's working with me on that, because we need you, because Penn's isn't doing what they used to do, and we're going to need you a lot more. So I'm glad that Commissioner Pusley pulled this and did this. So thank you very much. Sorry for interrupting there.
No, well, and thank you, Commissioner Pusley and Chesney, for your kind words. We're excited. We're really fortunate to have this community support. This is the largest and leading rescue program now in the United States, and we're in fact we're headed up to D.C. next week to try to work on some of those issues. We were up there about 2 weeks ago. Yesterday we were able to share this with kind of an international conference in Dallas, and so we thank you for your recognition. And this really is it's an asset to the community. We're just fortunate to be part of it and to have great support from the board, the county. We really appreciate it. So thank you. So this funding will go to right towards the rescue center and continuing to make these initiatives happen.
And I think the court up here is unanimous in our kudos to you and the State Aquarium and everything that you do. We're blessed to have you in our community, and the recognition you get nationwide as well is thank you so much for all the hard work and the efforts. Yes.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve adding the Texas State Aquarium to our list of approved outside agencies. I would also, along with Commissioner Chesney, encourage our other commissioners to, as you're considering, and our county does, as you're considering the distribution of your outside agency funding, that you not forget our aquarium. As Commissioner Chesney so eloquently alluded to, they do many great things in this community, and we sincerely appreciate all that they do. If you look at those pictures of those turtles, and I actually went over there and made those pictures, it's just amazing. I mean, all of those probably would have lost their lives had it not been for the rescue center. So we can't thank you enough, and that's just a small part of what you do, and we sincerely appreciate it. So I would make a motion that we
want to approve the contract because they already are listed on our approved. Today's vote is just to approve the $2,500.
Contract,
yes.
To approve your allocation.
Your allocation,
yes.
yes.
My allocation, yes.
Yes.
I'd second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. All those in
Wait,
favor?
Judge, hold on. Can I just go ahead and, Teresa, I was going to send you an email. I'm going to add $1,000. We don't have any outside agency funds, but I'm going to go find some. And so if you can add that for mine too, I'm going to go ahead and add that today and then pull out of my special revenue what little I have left. Thank you.
Yes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
The motion passes. The county attorney has asked me to abstain from voting on this since I serve on the board.
Yes.
So I will abstain, even though I
So we get to spend your money without.
Yeah.
I like spending Commissioner Pusley's money. That's good.
Good point. So 4 ayes and 1 abstain. Item J, you pulled that one also, Commissioner
Yes, ma'am.
Pusley.
I need to see if Javier Huerta is on yet. That's what I need, because I know you've got some questions, and
Thank you.
Thank you all
Yeah,
very
for
much.
being here.
And if he's not, we may need to wait till he gets on, because I know he had a conflict because he didn't know exactly when we were coming up. So can I
move on?
No,
Okay.
you can.
We can go on to the next and come back to this one.
If you don't mind, Commissioner,
Sure, that's
I'd rather
fine.
have him on there to answer any technical questions
Yeah,
you might
I
have.
think that's great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would somebody let me know as soon as he logs in?
I will. He's going to be on Zoom, Judge, and I'll watch for him.
I'd like to go back to H1 if I can, since we're doing promotions here. We're talking about promoting stuff, So I just want to see, again, the commissioners consider also, I don't mind helping turtles, and I love turtles, and my kids love the turtles, but I like to promote also the Shop with a Cop, and that program helps thousands and thousands of children that don't have any clothes, that don't have whatever they have for Christmas, and it's gotten so big that you can shop with the cops not only here in Corpus, but also in Alice and other places. So, and I think from they've gone to, I don't know, maybe 300 kids now, almost 1,500 kids here locally. So I think it's a great program that some of us may be not aware of. That Shop with a Cop, can really help the local. And not only that, but also they also have the programs here for the police Pell program also. But anyway, I'd like to just promote that Shop with a Cop is a great program. Some commissioners might not know about it, and if you want to learn about it, and come to the FOP meetings and learn more about the Shop with a Cop. And it's a great program. I think, yes, Judge, you're part of that, yes. And we appreciate that. And so it's something that Captain Ken Starr started. That was his baby. That was his creation. And we always remember Captain Ken Starr's as, and it was a loss to the community, but he's the one who created the Shop with a Cop. So anyway, I just want to promote that. If the commissioners look at it and think about it, maybe next time around, we can add some more money to Shop with a Cop.
We have some great organizations on our outside agency contracts, but yes, that is absolutely one I appreciate. And it looks like Mr. Javier has joined us, so we will go back to item J. Commissioner Pusley, yes.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. And I just wanted to bring to the attention of, and I know sometimes these plans that get submitted to us are diagrammatic in what they're illustrating, and I don't know where we are in the phase of the floor plan design of the proposed restaurant at the new pier, Bob Hall Pier. But I just wanted to comment, the pictures that were submitted with this item basically still, and I registered a little concern about this before, they still show that we have a bar located in the middle of the floor of where this facility or where the restaurant would be, so to speak. And I just, I think what we need to promote with this is a family-friendly environment and not represent this as a bar, if you will.
So you're still saying they can sell alcohol, just not have, not promote it as a bar instead?
No, ma'am.
Yes.
I think it's perfectly fine for them to have a bar and sell alcoholic beverages. That's fine. But when people walk into this, they need to be presented with the fact that this is a family-friendly environment. We want people to feel comfortable about bringing their kids and their grandkids and whatever to this facility, and that it's not something else other than that. So, Javier, I would just make those comments, and I know this is going to be a park board decision in the final analysis, and I did visit with Commissioner Chesney about this, and he was gracious enough to allow me to pull this and express those concerns this morning. So that's all I have to say, and thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We're aware of that concern, and the bar is I'm going to say as an option in the design, but it's an alternate. Mm-hmm. So the base bid of the project does not have a bar, and I think based on the estimates that we have right now, that's very unlikely that even if it's considered as an item, it's going to make it into our budget.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question also. I think I brought this last time, and, I support the restaurant. I never supported the bar. Most of you know that. But I think that when I see the item J and it says designed for Bob Hall Pier restaurant space contingent on the Nueces County Coastal Park's approval, I think it should be Coastal Park, again, I brought up last time, recommendation to us, and we approve it, the final approval on their recommendation, and I don't have a problem with that either, because we provide the funds, we provide the money, we provide everything else, and I think if it's a recommendation, we're going to go with a recommendation. I don't have a problem with that either. But I think when we say contingent upon Parks Board approval, that means, okay, now we're doing what we're waiting for them to do to make this decision for us, when it shouldn't be that way. It should be our decision, our final approval. So again, I think a lot of things that the coastal parks are requesting from us should be recommendations and not so much approvals.
And I think, Commissioner Chesney, you might want to answer this. Wasn't this because their meeting was after ours or something?
Yeah,
That's
their
the
meeting
only
this
reason this
afternoon.
wording was this.
And honestly, I'll answer it the same way I've answered it before. They have the right to approve this by law. We use the word recommendation, we use the word approval, but I know you don't like the wording, but at the end of the day, they have the right to do this, but they never do it without us, without coming to us, but they have the legal right to approve this if they so choose. They don't choose to do it that way, but they do have the right to do it that way. But this one was worded this way because they meet this afternoon, and we didn't want to slow down the process, so we just happened to be meeting on the same day. And usually they do it before us, but they didn't get to today.
Thank you for that.
And with that, Your Honor, I make a motion to approve item J.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to our regular agenda, item A.
Thank you.
I'm sorry?
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Javier. I thought it was one of y'all telling me to stop. A1, discuss and consider awarding Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of the Healthcare Corporation Medical TPA Administration and related services for Nueces County's employer self-funded group health program. And Mr. McGriff is here. John Bass with McGriff is here, to discuss this. I believe we've had numerous meetings with the insurance committee and then with...
Thank you, Judge. Commissioners. I wonder if we ought to maybe read that second recommendation because it's sort of tied together.
Discussing and consider awarding the following non-medical benefit coverages as part of the Nueces County Employee Group Program, RFP number 3289-24, and authorize the county judge to execute an agreement subject to review by the county attorney and related matters.
Thank you. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. John Bass with McGriff. I think we have a presentation possibly somewhere to pull up.
Connie, are you bringing that? Yes, looks like we're looking for it. Oh, no, wrong one.
Commissioners, the presentation is in your agenda packet.
Oh, you don't have it online for us? Yes, sorry.
It's online.
Not online?
It is. It's attached.
Is that the confidential stuff? I don't think it's confidential. This one. But I don't know. I don't know what's not confidential.
It's not confidential or anything. It wouldn't have been enough.
This one is.
Yes.
This backup we got, I don't know.
This one is confidential. This 3A1 is confidential.
Correct. The
That's
one that
probably
was
why it's
on
here.
the agenda should be able to be opened at least.
The one that was attached to the agenda.
Agenda packet, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Go to A.
Connie, you just click on it and it'll show it.
No, not that.
There you go.
Presentation at the bottom. Yeah. Okay.
Great. So, thank you again. I'm going to cover some background, current programs, vendors, the RP process, scope of work, the evaluation process, and then ultimately the insurance committee's recommendations. So, page 3, background. This court, back in July, authorized the development of a request for proposal for the county self-insured group medical program and other related benefits. So since that time and throughout the fall, we had worked with purchasing and the Human Resources Department on that scope. Ultimately, the RFP was released in December, kind of a mid-December timeframe, with a delivery date of January 25. Vendors had over, I think, close to 6 weeks to put together their proposal response, submitted directly to purchasing. Included in the scope of work was solicitation of other non-medical coverages other than the medical TPA, which was basic and optional life insurance and AD&D, dependent life, which is a new benefit that the county hopefully it will be offering, dental and vision insurance, disability insurance, critical illness, accident, and hospital indemnity. And I think we've discussed on multiple occasions your current pharmacy benefit management contract with Script Care still has 1 more year left in its term, and due to some of the contract provisions, the county elected to accept those contract terms and not bid the pharmacy program this year, but will bid next year to align with the medical program, but that will be at a later date. As background, the current medical TPA and other related services is administered through Boone Chapman Benefit Administrators. They're your current TPA. As you may remember, there are 2 provider networks that are offered, Aetna, Signature Advantage PPO, and then the Christus EPO network. Boone Chapman also provides COBRA administration and administration of the flexible benefit programs, commonly referred to as flexible spending account administration and dependent care account administration. The dental plan is with Emeritus. Emeritus has been a longtime provider for the county. They're also providing the vision program that employees may choose. AFLAC has the remainder of all of the coverages, basic and optional life and AD&D insurance, the disability program, both short and long term, and as a refresher, Court, the county provides a core benefit for both short-term and long-term disability insurance, and employees may buy up to a more enhanced disability income benefit at their own choosing. And then there are additional supplemental products that are becoming very popular. You've had them, but they're becoming very popular really for all employers, and those typically are programs that are direct pay directly to the member for critical illness, accident, and hospital indemnity coverages. If you go to the next slide, I'm going to spend just a couple of minutes here because this is a bit of a process that I think was very helpful not only for the county, the HR area, the insurance committee, really begin to understand how do we want to position our benefit program as part of our total rewards. And so what I've listed here is some of the key criteria. One of the first things I know we did at McGriff is we listened. We listened to Human Resources, we listened to the insurance committee, we certainly worked with Michael Robinson in purchasing and understanding the process that had been used before. So we wanted to make sure as we helped the county draft the RFP that it was really designed to fit what the county wanted to do moving forward. Certainly cost is always top of mind, but cost is important not only in its administrative terms, but we're looking for long-term cost control. We're looking for price stability, if at all possible, in today's world. And also, I think what we also heard was what I would call process improvement. The county wants to continue to stay on the leading edge of its benefit programs and do business with vendors that are constantly improving the process, not only in a service experience to the county and the members, but also the administrative experience that all can afford and can enjoy. So Listed here are some of the large items in terms of the scope. Obviously looking for, for a medical TPA, one with demonstrated experience, comprehensive claim administration, broad network access. That's certainly something top of mind for us. We don't want members to lose the opportunity to go to a provider just by a network change. So that was top of mind. But I think you will also hear that there is broad access, including access to the Christus network, which it remains important. We also are really looking at innovation in clinical management and case management, enhanced digital consumer tools. Really all employees have a smartphone, and the application to self-serve through digital tools on a smartphone is important. Wellness activities, well, we've talked about it a while. I think the county is ready to move into, really take hold of creating a very strong wellness program, and certainly service is important. Blue Cross Blue Shield, for example, has a local service representative here based in Corpus Christi, which we think that would add some value to not only Melinda and the rest of the HR team, but also just the service experience. And as I mentioned, long-term financial savings. Again, not just administrative cost, but also the combination of good, strong claim payment integrity services, network configurations, and certainly innovation and flexibility in plan designs. If you go to the next page, when we thought about the non-medical programs, so dental, vision, life insurance, etc., certainly we're looking for many of the same things. Strong service model, a model that provides really strong and excellent service experience to the member. We wanted to make sure that claim files, for example, or eligibility files will feed appropriately into Workday and vice versa. So we need a good administrative process. But obviously we're looking for coverages that benefit the member. Most of the non-medical coverages, with the exception of the county's disability benefit on a core basis, all of these are paid by the employee out of their pocket. So it's payroll deducted. So we want to be good stewards of those employees that are willing to pay for certain services, that they have a good benefit, an enhanced benefit at all possible, that the plan offers the latest innovations in design, minimal provider disruption where applicable, primarily the dental and the vision program, and certainly cost is top of mind, and have those costs to be stable for multiple years. And then, of course, we need vendors who will provide services for COBRA administration, flexible spending account, and dependent care administration. So those are some of the key criteria. So when we received the proposal responses, next page, number 7, very pleased the county received 5 responses for medical programs. You see on the screen Boone Chapman, the incumbent, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas, Cigna, Curative Health, and United Healthcare. The county also received 17 individual responses for non-medical coverages, including the 3 medical vendors that you see here. And then we had a couple of vendors who declined to submit a proposal. But regardless, from my perspective, that is a healthy, competitive bid process, and that's exactly what I think the insurance committee wanted, along with human resources and purchasing. So the bids came in excuse me.
Just
yes,
back
sir.
On that page 7. Of the 5 that we received, are there a top 2 or top 3 that are nationwide providers on that list? Are they up there, or are these kind of second tier, or would you say that these are premier tier?
I think all, Commissioner, all vendors are what I would call good vendors. The 3 vendors that are the traditional national players are the Blue Cross Blue Shield program, Cigna, and United Healthcare. As I mentioned before, Aetna was unable to bid because of their current arrangement with Boone Chapman. But we had 3 of the 4 national carriers bid. Boone Chapman is obviously your incumbent TPA. They have access to Aetna's national PPO network and then, of course, the Christus network. But Boone Chapman is an independent regional third-party administrator. And then Curative Health is what I would call an alternative health plan. Today, they did not bid self-funded. They only bid fully insured. And I think at the end of the day, the county realized that being self-funded is really the best avenue for the county long term. The evaluation process, once the bids came in, purchasing forwarded to us all of the responses. We evaluated all of the responses primarily on a quantitative basis, but we did look at some qualitative features as well, whether they met the scope of the work, if they had any material deviations, etc. The insurance committee also reviewed all of the proposals, so they read them. They had opportunities to review them as well. We presented our initial evaluation to the county, pretty extensive discussion with all members of the insurance committee, a lot of healthy dialogue, Q&A. That insurance committee selected finalists by line of coverage. We did conduct virtual interviews with the two medical TPA finalists. We had some follow-up on questions from those interviews, and then we released a best and final to finalists on the medical and the voluntary benefits, and then briefed the insurance committee, and therefore the insurance committee has the recommendations in front of you for the court.
Mr. Bass, I think Commissioner Chesney,
yes,
you have
sir.
a question you want.
Thank you. Yes, sir. I just want to go back to your statement because I don't want to gloss over that, your statement, because we have this discussion and we have people bring this to our attention on a regular basis. And your statement was that you've come to the conclusion that it's better to be self-insured. I would like you to expound on that. If you're going to do that at some point in the presentation, great. If you're not, then you can do it now. Just as to why you say that based on the analysis that you just went through.
Sure.
Because I think that's really important for people to hear and for us to hear. Me at least, I'd like to.
So first thing, when we looked at the fully insured quotes, which we received fully insured quotes, they were significantly more than your self-funded piece, number one. Number two, for the county to divest itself from a self-insured program and go fully insured, you'd have to compensate for incurred claims, but yet unreported. So that's an additional expense to the county. The county would also lose its opportunity for flexibility in benefit design as well as pharmacy rebates. So when you add all those up, the county from a long-term cost perspective as well as a cash flow perspective would certainly be worse off if you decided to go back to the fully insured market.
And let's talk about how much, right? Because I think that's important for taxpayers to hear, that they know we're doing our jobs and really watching their dollars, right? So, because we have this comes up. I've done this now several times, and this is always the answer we get because we get frustrated with how much insurance costs us, self-insurance costs us, and then we go through this process, and every time it comes up this way, and I'm not saying that in any way. That's just a factual statement. Every time I've done this. I don't know, John, this is third or fourth time I've done it. It seems like that we've gone through this analysis. So let's take the worst, and I may be putting you a little on the spot, just give me an idea. Let's take the worst year we've ever had. I'm sure you've kind of reviewed that. And tell me, with that year compared to what this would be an additional, I'm not going to hold you to you in blood. Is that 20% higher? Is that 50% higher? Is it 100% higher? I mean, how much are we talking about that? Because I think it's important to note that we really go through this on purpose for a reason, to see that we're doing the best we can for our employees, number one, but for our constituents who have to pay the bill on this.
The principal difference between a self-insured program and a fully insured program is the risk transfer and the dollars associated with risk transfer. Mm-hmm. First thing is margin. Anytime you buy a fully insured program, you're having to pay margin or a risk premium to the carrier. That's number one. That risk premium can anywhere be 3 to 5% on average. The second thing is holding on to reserves or claims that are incurred but unreported. On average, those could be 10% of your claim dollars. So you're already in double digits if you just simply look at those two things. You have premium tax you have to pay to the state.
And is that a one-time? When you say transition, is that a one-time or is that continual?
It will be continual because you will, as you stay in a fully insured program, you're still paying a risk premium for transferring that risk to somebody else.
Okay.
When you're self-insured, that risk premium basically goes away because you, in essence, are the plan sponsor and the ultimate holder of the liability. That's the biggest piece. The other piece, which may not have played out in the last handful of years, is underwriting gain. When you have a really good year, the underwriting gain goes to the carrier, right? In a self-insured plan, when your plan expenses are less than your contributions, that underwriting gain stays with the plan sponsor.
Okay, but have we had any of those years? I mean, we got to ask that one. You're going to throw that out there. I got to ask it. I mean, if
well,
we had any years,
I haven't worked with the county
gain.
that long, but our aim this year is to do our best to have an underwriting gain, and that's really what we want to do. We've had this conversation, Commissioner, to try to move the county to where the plan remains in the black. Continue to build up reserves, and I think we're on a path to do just that. But to close out, really, the question you asked is the reserve piece, the underwriting gain piece, as well as the premium tax piece, and then the pharmacy rebates. You give all of those up in a fully insured environment, and I think with the recommendations that the insurance committee has before you with respect to the plan administrator now being Blue Cross Blue Shield as of October 1st. We've talked about pharmacy, but it's the intent for the county when the contract is up next year to go out to bid for pharmacy services. When we get those aligned and when we align the plans really with what I would think is a very top-notch administrator, I think the county sets its path to really managing its plan very well, having control over that, mitigating as much of the risk as possible, and really design the plan to where you stay in the black year over year over year.
So just give me a general. You can either do it in dollars or percentages, because I want people that are watching this compelling presentation to hear what we're talking about. Is it, and you can do it in percentages or you can do it in dollars. I mean, if you talk about one versus the other, what do you think we're saving in either one you want to answer?
I would say, conservatively, 7 to 10%, but probably could be a little bit more than that when you add in pharmacy rebates, et cetera. So from a dollars perspective, I mean, it could be between $1 million and $2 million. And I think that's the county's stable, workforce is stable. I think where the insurance committee really focused its efforts on how do we move our plan and take advantage of the best administrators in the business with the latest clinical terms, clinical innovations, et cetera, to give us the best chance of success. And that's really where I think the committee landed on.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir. So just to wrap up, as you see before you, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas is the recommendation for the medical TPA, again, beginning October 1st, 2025. Very experienced, obviously, administrator, very strong brand name, a strong network access, no disruption to members. The Christus Network, for example, is in all the Blue Cross Blue Shield networks. They have provided the county with some funds for transition, which is always important. They will offer the COBRA administration as well as flexible spending account administration. And as I mentioned before, we are also proposing that the county migrate to a traditional ACA compliant plan and drop its grandfathered status. There is no reason why the county should remain grandfathered. You have adopted almost all of the ACA programs even though you're still grandfathered. So there are some things we'll have to work through. Yes, there'll be a more of a defined appeals process for appeals and grievances. Yes, there will be out-of-pocket limits that the plan will now have to enforce, but today your out-of-pocket is significantly less than the ACA requirement, so that's really not an issue. I think all in all, it's the wise move. It allows more flexibility in wellness programming, and I think the county will be much better off moving forward. With respect to the dental and the vision, the committee decided to package the dental and vision together as it is today with Delta Dental and Delta Vision. Delta Dental offered a reduction in the current premium of approximately 10%. It improved the calendar year maximum from the current, and I think more importantly, if a member here at the county did not sign up for voluntary dental at some point in time, they can get in without any evidence of insurability. There's no penalty for late entrance, and I think that's a big one, especially as we go through an open enrollment. The vision plan uses the same network that is used today, which is VSP, so there's really no variance in the vision benefit, vision network. The frame allowance, when you go in and receive your frames, is increased to $150 from $100 as it is today. And then members can get frames, lenses, contacts every 12 months, should they so choose. There was a stipulation where frames were only available every 24 months under the current program. Under the life insurance, staying with AFLAC, no really change there. I want to make one change that the insurance committee recommended, and we agree with it, and that is to modify the supplemental life rates to age-banded rates. So younger employees pay less for their life insurance, as they should, versus older employees that should pay slightly more given their age. With that change, that allows the county to lock in all AFLAC coverages for 3 years. And that, I think, is an excellent trade-off. The county is changing, just like all other employers are changing. The workforce is getting younger, so it's an attractive benefit for younger employees to come to the county, and they can purchase life insurance at very, very competitive rates for their families. The disability program, really no change there, no change in rates. We're not suggesting any change at this point. And then for the critical illness, accident, and hospital indemnity, again, a 3-year benefit, a rate guarantee for all of those. We were able to reduce the accident and the hospital indemnity rates by 8 and 3% respectively from current rates. So some of those rates came down, and again, they're locked in for 3 years. So I'll take any additional questions, but I think you have the recommendation in front of you for that was proposed.
Any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Pesley. It's working.
We got these microphones on sale at Walmart, I think. Have we determined yet what the cost increase is going to be for our budget year this year?
We have not, but we're optimistic that...
Let me back up. I shouldn't already put the increase in that question. We know what the cost is going to be.
Deductive.
And is it going to be more or less than what we've been paying in the past?
I don't think it's going to be any more. I think one of the reasons why change is good is I think the county is able to hold their costs down for really the next plan year. We have not run the financials and set the premium rates yet for funding, but optimistic there's really no change in those rates. There will be some slight material changes on the benefit design because we're moving from one administrator to another, but holistically the benefits will remain roughly the same. So we're not expecting any changes there of a material nature. I have commented to the insurance committee, I have commented to HR that there are things within your design that you might want to look at, to tweak, to incent, better choices for members, for example, to incent folks to receive care at a more appropriate place, etc. That's good strategy in terms of managing a complex benefit plan, is always looking at plan design. So we'll have some slight recommendations that the court should consider, but holistically, no holistic change on the benefit design. And Commissioner, I'm optimistic there's not going to be any change with the contribution rates. Okay. The court made a big step last year, which I think was very prudent, and now I think you're on a good trajectory to sort of be able to keep your financials relatively stable. Increases will happen. Medical trend is still on average 5 to 6%. We can't escape it, but we can do everything we can to sort of mitigate that through the smart planning.
Sure. Okay, well that's good news. I've looked through this material. Thank you very much for all the information. From what little I know about insurance, this looks like a good plan for our employees and a good step forward for not only our employees, but as Commissioner Chesney alluded to, the constituents who provide the taxes that pay for this. So thank you very much. That's all I had, Your Honor.
Thank you. Commissioner Modas, did you wish to speak here?
No, I appreciate the work Mr. Bass has done for us. I think it keeps the mindset is to try to keep the cost down for everyone. As you kind of alluded to, we as users are going to have to make sure that we're more responsible and just don't rely on insurance to handle any problem that comes up. We've got to be healthy or try to be proactive in our health. So that's going to help bring costs down. That's just the overall message that we all need to take. And I'm looking at myself and pointing at myself when I say that, so as a user. But I do appreciate the work that you've put into this. I think this is very deliberate in keeping some of the part of the plan, some familiarity with that for our users, but also potential price saving, cost savings for the county and for the users. So that's most important to me. So we've been stuck in a cycle for so long as a county, just doing the same thing over and over. So I appreciate the work that you and the firm that you represent have done to be able to kind of get us out of that and look bigger and look beyond just that general practice. So I'm looking forward to this. And Judge, I'd like to make a motion to, I guess we have two motions here. Yes, so I'll make the motion for the first item to award Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas as the TPA and related service for Nueces County Employee Self-Funded Group Health Plan, and authorize the county judge to execute an agreement subject to review by the county attorney.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously.
On the second one, Judge, motion to award the following non-medical benefit coverages as part of the Nueces County Employee Group Program, and authorize the county judge to execute an agreement subject to review by the county attorney, and that is for Delta Dental, Delta Vision, and Aflac Incorporated, including the services listed on our agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you again, Mr. Bass, and I really got to say thank you, Commissioner Modas. This insurance committee and all of the meetings, you all made yourself available to us. I wasn't able to attend every one of them, but Commissioner Modas participated, spent lots and lots of time on this, and I really relied on him, and we appreciate your service on that committee. Thank you very much for your dedication to the employees here. So we appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Yep.
Moving on to item number 2, Ms. Payton, discuss and consider inventorying and evaluating Nueces County real property assets, including buildings and properties and all related matters. And let me tell you, this has been a major undertaking. We had multiple lists from different entities everywhere. No list matched up, and Peyton has done this and met with pretty much, I believe, all the commissioners on your precincts and properties in your precinct, but I am going to let her take over then.
And Judge, I was hoping you were going to take it from here, but that's okay. Commissioners, I handed out a packet this morning. This is the final list. I triple checked everything last night and found a few stragglers that I added on there. So the ones attached to your agenda, they are missing a few, so this one should be good to go. But each page is by precinct, so precinct 1 through 4, they're listed there. And then the last 2 pages are some properties that I found with our appraisal district that I had some questions on. Either that we may or may not own it, or I was unable to either find it in their website, in their database, but they sent it to me on a list. So still needs some work on the last 2 pages. I'm not too sure how to find physical addresses on that or more information, so any suggestions, I'm open to it.
And you want to let them know, you've been working with different entities looking for these as well, so we're kind of at the point with the last ones that we don't know who we should contact, how we go about searching for that, if we turn it over to a firm or something to research to see if we do actually have the titles to these, or
Judge and
where's
Peyton,
the
I want to
blue
just.
part that was on there? I'm sorry.
I was just going to
Commissioner.
say thank you all very much for the work, because I know what an ordeal this was, and I was just going to ask how you wanted to proceed on the item today, but I really wanted to thank you all very much for all your work on this.
And truthfully, we, to be clear, we went about this in the hopes of potentially coming back with some items that we may have up for discussion to put up for sale to, number one, since our limited resources, to cut back on the strain on our employees that have to take care of these properties and things as well, and to number two, even more importantly, to help bring our reserve fund balances up to where that we can maybe in the future with our next budget focus on employees and salaries and things like that that we all think is critical and important for our community as well. So the list, we just needed to work on the list. I think she met with each of you. I think we have some ideas of what we may potentially want to, but I think now is the point where we would go back to each of you, unless you have something in your precinct that you know ahead of time that we could potentially discuss. But I think there's been 3 or 4 properties that we may want to look at. And let's be clear to the public, too. When we look at properties in the future, whether that won't be done today or whatever, this is not fire sale and not getting good prices for potential real estate in any way, shape, or form. This is to help our budget and to not have to raise taxes on our taxpayers within the community as well. But we have these properties sitting here that could potentially help us, and it's my idea not to crosshairs with anyone or anything, but I just feel like this is something that we can do that solves 2 purposes. And just like I stated before, our public works team, our inland parks, our coastal parks, those people have to take care of all of these properties. They have to maintain them, whether it's buildings, mowing, land, grass, things like that. And we really need to be cognizant of the burden that we lay upon each of those departments as well. And if something is not being utilized, if it's sitting there, those are things that I think we should be discussing. We're not trying to kick anybody out of any buildings that are being utilized or throw people out to the curb or anything, but this is my thoughts on it, and any of you can step in any chance. Yes, Commissioner President.
Your Honor, thank you very much, and I appreciate your remarks. I think this is something that we should do almost on a yearly basis. Yes. We should go in and review the properties that we own. I know the City of Corpus Christi is going through this process almost as we speak, and that is evaluating the properties that you own to see whether or not you need to continue to carry them, and as you said, have the Public Works Department or Parks Department or whoever maintaining them, mowing the grass and doing whatever it takes to keep these up. And as you also alluded to, one of the goals I think we have this year is to try to build our reserve fund up as much as we can, and if there's some of these properties that we can divest ourselves of that would help us do that, I think that's a great move forward. I think it shows the community that we care about how much money we're spending and how we're spending it, and this is one way we can accomplish those goals. I would say, though, as we move forward with this, because I know Edward and I went through this together once before on a piece of property that the county owns. It gets a little bit complicated when you go from ownership by the county to private ownership. We may want to, and we can, defer to our county attorney and ask for a little guidance, but we may want to go out and seek the advice of an attorney that specializes in these kinds of real estate transactions to give us advice on how that process would work as we move from ownership by the county or governmental entity to private ownership.
I think we could instruct Jenny to do just that right now today for future.
It'd be great if we could put it back on the tax rolls, that's for sure.
Yes.
No, that's absolutely correct.
Let's not sell it to one of those companies that's coming in trying to take things off that aren't really,
Yes.
anyway, we'll go there.
That's another good point.
Yeah, let's sell it to
Anyway, I think this is a really great step forward and something we probably should do on a yearly basis. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Modas.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I want to thank Peyton for her work on this, and I know this was a struggle because we all know our precincts pretty well, but even some of us were scratching our head like, I don't know what this property is. Or you'd have to drive by to go see it and not realize that we've owned it somehow, maybe decades ago. And so there's a lot of institutional knowledge that's been lost on the hows and the whys. But for the most part, we have a good working list here, and I agree. I think this should be done every year. Judge, I think this fits the purpose that you initially said, which was, hey, businesses or someone that can make use of the property, let's do it. It's been done in other entities. City of Corpus Christi did it with very irregular, odd, small-shaped parks that they sold and were put into personal property. And so I think this is the right step. I would caution to make sure we know that there's a lot of people who are looking for land, and we can't dictate what a land, if someone buys it from us, we can't put so much stipulations on there as far as what they can do. But that would be my only concern is let's be a little careful, especially there's projects that are controversial. I don't think we have properties that are that massive, really. These are smaller properties. But this is a good step forward. This is going to be helpful for us, and I do think that we should get rid of properties for this exact point that Commissioner Pusley said, which is it takes away the cost. So allow the departments that are already doing the maintenance and upkeeps on legitimate use properties, and these that we're just having to maintain because we technically own them. So I hope that we will continue to work on these. If there's anything that I guess we'll hear back from our county attorney on coordinating, getting that set up with a real estate or a land attorney on this. But definitely good steps forward, and look forward to working on this in the future and finalizing some properties that we can sell, get back into the community, and one less thing that we have to maintain. Thank you.
Any other comments? Anybody?
Judge, I'll just echo a little bit and move forward. Like I know I've got one property in my precinct that, and Edward's familiar with it, is this Held Hogan Park that we couldn't, literally, we can find no use for it other than a laydown yard for AEP. And it's a piece of property that we couldn't give away. Literally it was, because some of this some of this has market value and some of it doesn't, right? If we've got improvements on it, it's going to have great market value. If something like this, it might not. I know Flower Bluff reached out to me a month ago and said, hey, because I think way back when we even had offered it to the school to say, hey, would y'all like it for some sort of nature preserve or, something they could do with it? And they said no then, but the superintendent did reach out to me and asked about that piece of property for the school district because, and that didn't put it back, that's not one that would put it back on the tax rolls. But I don't know that anybody's ever going to take that piece of property and do anything with it. If they are, then let's look at it and see. But some of these, and there may be some property in my precinct that could have some great value, and we need to look at that. Some of this is Parks Board related, and so you and I have already talked about Judge getting with them and getting some input on from them on some of the property that could be designated to them. Some of it may not be designated Parks land, and we have the right to do it. So I think this is a great starting point, and we need to start digging through it. And I obviously we can't sell. I don't want to sell Parker Pool, or I don't want to sell the pier, or anything.
Exactly.
Can't do those. But
we're
some
not
of these
talking
others,
about those things.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yes.
Yeah, let's make sure we're clear on that. Nobody's trying to do that, right? Or some of the stuff.
We are looking at your office.
Yeah,
out
well,
there.
that's okay. Hey, that's okay. Whatever. But so yeah, I think let's get
Well, I
on
think
with it and see.
the direction then today would be for Jenny their county attorney, to find out, how we start the process and then I would ask each of you in your precincts, and I know Commissioner Chesney, we already talked about, we need to go over there and talk to the Coastal Parks Board, but if you have something in your precinct that you know ahead of time that we could possibly send to Jenny to also, the individual property may need to be checked upon like that too. So if you know of something you think would be potentially good for us to list, I would send that to Ms. Dorsey, and then we'll bring this back in May. But a great point about doing this annually. I was surprised that we had so many different lists, and this needs to be kept up. And the process of even doing this list, there were properties given to us. Did those make it on here? Did you get those properties on
They
there?
did, yes, ma'am. The only one that I know isn't on there, and I just realized that I didn't follow up on it, was some of the ARPA ones that we got donated and bought for detention ponds detention, retention, whatever it is, the ponds.
So that's how much things change on the list, and
That's
we
true. I
need
don't
to
think
keep an
mine's on
active
there.
list.
I don't think yours is, and I
going.
don't think
Yes.
Commissioner Jags is
Yeah,
either.
that's a good point.
Yes.
We need to add that one.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I got two of them.
yeah.
But that just tells you how hard this process is and how hard it is to keep it going. Commissioner Modis has a comment as well.
Peyton, sorry, I should have asked earlier. This list, you mentioned there were some changes to this list that we got. So I guess in a future agenda, we will have this update, just because I know there'll be people in the community who want to monitor, wondering, is this property
Yes,
nearby, or is the county interested? I know we got kind of an unsolicited offer last week on a significant piece of property we have in Precinct 3. So something worth considering in setting up that process. So
Is that your house, or is that yeah? I don't know.
We've actually gotten a couple calls in our office as well asking about different ones when they saw this on the agenda. So I'd be happy if y'all would allow me to look at the last 2 pages one more time, just to make sure I can't finalize any of those. And then I'd be happy to put it on consent. That way it's on the court's record for clarification
So we
purposes.
have it in the future, and then we'll do this annually. But perfect. The ones you have questions about, could that potentially go to the attorney you might contact, Jenny, for clarification or something as that you may, because we have exhausted public works, tax assessor, collector, appraisal district. We really don't know where else to go look.
I think everyone's tired of hearing me ask about land. I will say that.
So the ones that are still in question, some of these just need an address, and I think they said that they could get that. But the ones that truly are still in question, we may have, potentially 10 properties that we need clarification on if we even own. Someone says we own, the other one says we don't. Mm-hmm. So it probably needs to go to an attorney for that.
We'll get with Peyton.
We can coordinate.
Yes, okay.
Your Honor, just one more quick
Yes,
comment. If
go
I
ahead.
could. And I forgot. Peyton, thank you very much for all your hard work on this. I know this was a real chore. And to emphasize the comment that Commissioner Mars made, when we sold the property that the outlet mall was built on, the court sat down and came up with a list of deed restriction, and I know you remember that we put on that property before we sold it to make sure that it couldn't be turned into something we didn't want it to be turned into. So I think that's an appropriate process to go through as we go through these properties. And if we need to add deed restrictions to them, we are allowed to do that.
And that might be individual properties as well, instead of just a list of.
Yeah, it's,
yes.
this is a tough deal, as you said, Your Honor. We would not have known that the county owned 1.7 acres over in Banquetti if it had not been for the ESD doing a research over there for a piece of property that next door. It turned out the county had owned that property since the 1930s. It was dedicated to us, and it wasn't on the records anywhere. So we're probably going to discover some more like that. But thank you. This was great work.
Thank you.
Great work, Peyton. Thank you very much.
Y'all.
Yes.
Bueno.
So moving on to item 3, discuss and consider authorizing and approving supplemental agreement number 4 with Richter Architects for Hilltop Community Center renovations in the amount of $52,700 and all related matters. Commissioner Pusley.
Yes, ma'am. This is for the additional architectural fees and engineering fees to modify the plans and specifications for the Hilltop renovations. I hope this is the last time we ever have to do this. We need to do this so that we can get the plans modified, so we can go out for bid. Everything is set up now to do that. And this is what the architect and mechanical engineers, this is the amount they're going to charge us to make those plan modifications. So,
and this just comes out of the funds dedicated.
I'm just going to take this out of the funds that are allocated for the project.
Very good.
And Teresa, thank you so much for all your help on this. You and Constance really stepped forward to help put this together. We had a lot of consternation over which supplemental agreement we were working on, but I would make a motion to approve the supplemental agreement number 4 for the amount of $52,700.
Second. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Commissioner Gonzalez seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 4, I have in my notes that you wish to table, Commissioner.
Yes, ma'am. I should have done that at the beginning of the meeting. I apologize.
That's okay.
Motion to table to put it on as a Road District 4 committee meeting for the next meeting, please.
I'll second that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion is tabled to the 14th. The action is tabled. Item number 5, discuss and consider TXU grant funds in the amount of $10,000 for the Veterans and Social Services Departments and all related matters. There's grants here or Veterans Services. I'm trying to look. I've been out of town. So.
Make a motion to approve, Judge. I second.
Yes, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? The only reason this was put on, let me just clarify, is Veteran Services receives this. They do it annually. I think this is every year recurring. And when we moved Veterans and Social Services to the one department, this is a grant that they were receiving in social services. It is not only for veterans. It is a grant, correct? Anybody? Yeah. Oh, there's JJ. You want to clarify a little bit for us? Thank you. And so we just needed, we looked through the minutes and everything for Veterans Services continued. But since this goes to both, I just wanted to be upfront with everyone and bring it to court for us to make sure everyone was fully aware of what was happening. So.
Yes, ma'am. And so the TXU funds, they continue. So we are granting these funds out to the residents of Nueces County, and we're obligated to provide TXU a monthly report when we do so. They saw that the funds were running low, so they submitted another $10,000 check to Veterans and Social Services to continue the grant. We wanted to bring it to Commissioner's Court to, one, see if you wanted to continue, and two, to accept the funding.
Yes.
No cash match, yeah.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners.
Yes, I appreciate it. Item number 6, discuss and consider authorizing and approving the execution of an agreement with Texas A&M University for the installation, operation, and maintenance of groundwater monitoring wells designated for inland parks.
Your Honor, since this is, this, I guess, the question for the county attorney, since this is going to require that we vote on an agreement, which is a contract, if you will, I would like to move that we have a discussion about this in executive session.
Okay, you want to take to executive?
Yeah, please.
Yes. And that would 551.071 still? Yes, okay.
Assuming there is a legal question, and I don't believe it would be a financial negotiation question.
There's no cost to it, so it would have to be, yeah. Moving on to item number 7, discuss and consider authorizing and approving a statement of work number 4 with Strata Professional Services for post-implementation cleanup services through May 31st, 2025, in the amount not to exceed $217,480. And this is phase 1 of 2, and I have the county attorney has looked over and approved this.
Judge, and these are funds that are already budgeted, is what I've been.
Correct.
So
Yes, sir.
I'd make the motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item number 8, discuss and consider upcoming Commissioners Court meeting dates, workshops, and related anything. If there are none, moving on to B1, grants. We have 1 and 2 possibly related. Is Anna or someone coming from grants to discuss this? If your department heads and you're watching, well, we would appreciate you being here to explain, so try to. Do we want to come back? B1 grants, discuss, or is she online? Anything? No. Discuss and consider the submission of grant contract with the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services in relation to the Title IV County Legal Services contract. We had a meeting about this with the county attorney's office as well, and the county attorney's office utilizes this grant quite a bit in their pursuits, but there was a clarification needing that there's only a percentage that gets reimbursed by the grant. There is a cost to the county, is the reason we wanted for you all to be aware of that.
They've been working really hard between the auditor's office and grants and my office to make sure that we
There
are.
she is. Sorry, Anna, to put you on the spot, but thank you.
Go ahead, Jenny.
Well, just to make sure that we are letting them know at least more accurately how much the county puts financially towards these services. So I know they're hoping to increase the reimbursement, but that's the update that I have. I know we're waiting on some more information.
So this is not ready, or this is?
I'm sorry, where are we at? B1, the Title IV County Legal Services contract.
So Jenny, is this not ready?
I think it depends on what the motion is, Commissioner. There are some data points that need to be filled in, but I don't think that affects, and Anna, please correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think that affects necessarily what happens today.
No.
So is this already budgeted, and is it going to cost us more?
The contract is usually for, like I said, it says this contract is up to 2032. It's for 8 years, but we bring it every year. So it's basically the contract. Are we going to provide the services that we do for legal? Jenny already says they have attorneys that are working on this no matter what.
So is this budgeted
What's
money?
the budget for this?
Is this a budgeted
Cost the
amount?
county.
Is this costing us more if we do this than what we're doing? Because our policy has been to not go after anything that's going to,
It's always been a cost to the. Yes,
it's already budgeted. It's a budgeted cost.
It's already budgeted.
I'm asking.
We're trying to get as much back as we can. These are statutorily required duties of the county and of our office. I believe the auditor's office is reimbursed for some of the work they do. Our office is reimbursed for some of the work we do, and my understanding is that we always try to let them know as much as possible what goes towards those statutorily required things, and then they have a formula that they apply, and it's
I have a background, breakdown for FY24 if y'all want to see it out.
So let me ask my question again. Is there any additional cost related to this if we apply for it? Yes or no? I mean, it's kind of yes or no.
Additional, or is this the same
Is it
every
already-
year?
Additional,
What is it?
yeah, because it's in the general fund.
It's
Everything's in
already
it already.
budgeted.
It's in the general fund for their services.
And there's no additional request for additional funds from the county?
It's just what we get reimbursed. It's not only 100%.
So how long we had these grants, Anna? How long have we done this grant?
For a long time.
For a long
Yeah.
time. So it's an ongoing grant, and we've done this for years.
And that's why it's in the general fund. It's not assigned to a grant department because there is no 100%.
There is no budget for this. It just comes out of the general fund at the end of the year, however much we don't
Right.
get.
The supplies that they purchase are purchased through the general fund. Then we get those receipts and we send it in.
The part two is the one that takes us the lengthy time to get reimbursed or something.
The
one
time,
that we-
yes.
Part two is not the first one, yes.
So
Yeah.
my-
You want to see a breakdown of the legal?
My question on this one is, I realize that this contract was approved in 18, and the end is the end of this fiscal year. So that's why you're working on it now, which I appreciate you being proactive and getting done earlier than right at the deadline. But I see that it also is now that we're on just the annual yearly renewal of this contract, but can it be renegotiated to extend it further so it doesn't have to come back? So, I mean, it's not that big of a deal
Every
in my
year,
opinion,
yeah.
but I mean, we're going to have to do it every year between now and 32. Is there one that can be rewritten, re-amended, and then do another 7-year contract and another 7-year term?
The contract with the state is for 8 years, but we still have to provide them, they'll request us to provide certain documents every year. And if we want to continue with the same budget, we continue with the same budget. We want to revise it, this is that opportunity. So that's why we have to do it every year. It doesn't have to come to court unless y'all want to change the budget or change something, but we usually continue the same budget.
Same thing.
So is the problem then, or why did it get brought to my, is the problem you aren't getting the receipts to be reimbursed for? Or is it a paperwork problem? What was the issue that brought it to?
It's just that the contract has to be signed, approved by the court.
So we
Authorized.
should just agree to do this then for the length of the contract instead of every year coming back additionally?
I'd like to make a motion, Judge, that we approve the contract for the next 8 years.
For me to
and
sign
continue.
it without bringing it back to
we have
court.
it
I
back
think
to
that
court
was
every
the
year.
issue.
Correct, and every year, those forms that are brought in, just like the reimbursements, they're usually signed by the county auditor.
And are we required to do this? I'm just asking, since we're on this statutory, we're trying to do things that we're statutorily required to. Is this 4E stuff something we have to do? I'm asking because I truly don't know the answer.
I was told with the child welfare, we are not statutorily required. I think Jenny said that the legal is.
And they utilize the county attorney.
The county attorney's
legal-
office does the legal part of it.
Statutory required?
Now, I need to get, Nicole Russell in my office has been working on these. I don't want to misspeak, so if I could have a moment to break down which may be not and which is, I can get back to you.
Well, yeah, could we take it into exec too? Because I'm a little confused on what we legally have to do on this.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not trying to say we shouldn't, but I'm just making sure that under the same guise that the county judge has guided us towards, if we're not statutorily obligated, why are we doing it, right? So
Okay.
if we are, okay. If we're not, maybe there's still a compelling reason to do it, but I'm just not.
Yeah, there's still, I worked with Title 40 when I worked for the state.
Okay.
And so my boss was the administrator, oversaw those funds for the region. And so it has a legal component, but then there's also the other side that is really kind of direct service that helps the end user, family, and or child. And so I would advise that, I mean, I get there's a cost, but it's
a pretty big cost, I think.
We're recouping most of it, if not all of it, and it is from the state. So, I mean, the state's always giving us mandates, and I'm thankful that this is not something they're just putting all on us to cover, that we are able to recoup some costs.
Some.
So
That's not much.
What is, you have the 2024, what's the cost to the county in 2024?
That's
You have
what I
it in
think
front of you.
I think we at least need to look at this from an analysis standpoint, because if this is another partially unfunded mandate, then we need to have a discussion on that, because
The cost
I think
is
it's costing us I don't know, but I think it's costing this county a lot of money, and we're only getting
41,000.
reimbursed.
Am I reading this correctly, Anna, as our cost for 2024?
Yeah, in other
They
words, I just don't know. I may be wrong, but I mean,
Yeah.
this is the first, okay, so this is the first time I've seen this backup, so can we at least have some time to?
Yes, because they wanted more explanation, so I worked on this after I submitted the agenda item. So the first column is the receipts and the costs that we submit as total reimbursement request. And then the population rate is the percentage that they provide us. It's mandated by the state. So then it's broken down what's allowable. And then from that, there's the other percentage, and this is what we get. The federal share is what we receive back.
And we pay 341,000?
So
It's costing us 300,000 a year, is that what you're saying?
We submitted cost of 341,000 for the year, and we received back 41,000.
So it's costing us 300,000 a year.
Yeah.
That we're doing something that
is
we may or may
substantial.
not be required to do. That's not a small amount of money. I mean, and again, I kind of need to get some time to digest this. I may be not seeing this right, and literally, we just got handed this 2 minutes ago, right, or 10 seconds ago, and I'm looking at it fast, but if what you're telling me is the annual total that we pay, is that what you're saying?
That we spent,
That
yes.
we spent 341,000 and only got 41,000 reimbursed?
Correct. And this 341 is already spent in the general fund, so we request any receipts from the department, and that's what the auditors submit for reimbursement. That's all.
Okay, so again, I think we need to
Plus
pause
the
a minute
administration
and not just approve an 8-year contract.
Anybody that touches any of the paperwork is a percentage for the salaries. It's like, okay, somebody authorized, somebody did the paperwork, it's 5%, 2% of their salary for the quarter. So that's what they submitted by quarters.
So they're not positions, it's a percentage of the.
A percentage of the work that was done.
Right, so I would like to somehow figure out how to pause on this to determine what we're statutory obligated to do and what we're paying and what we're getting reimbursed. Obviously, it looks like it's costing us $300,000 a year to do something that we might not be obligated or required to do.
And this is on the legal side only.
Right, well, I don't know.
This
is only legal.
And do you have the list for the next item on the, can we bring this back to the next meeting? Will that pass any deadlines or anything to give us time to look at this? Can we bring it back to?
I mean, they are late in
They're already
paying us,
late.
in paying us, so I think they understand our
They're
delay.
late
is
in
for-
paying us?
Well, we haven't been reimbursed for all of this yet.
The 41,000?
We've submitted, yes. We've
And
submitted.
is that the case?
That's
Are you
from
going to tell me the same thing?
2024.
Yes, the year ending September 2024.
Have we gotten 23s?
Yes.
Because there was, the next one, I think, is the one that's like a year and a half or something behind, or reimbursements or something.
And are you going to tell me the same things on 2 and 3? Is there backup for that that's similar to this?
Yes,
On
sir.
the next two?
Yes, sir.
So is that going to be more that we're spending and not getting reimbursed for? Like, you have this kind of sheet for the next two items?
The next one.
Next one?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was 2 and 3.
Did you
Oh,
already
sorry,
say you're
2.
taking
2.
this
We
to
haven't
executive?
voted on it. He
Okay.
asked about, I think we need to bring it back to the first meeting. We're just getting paperwork and stuff, bring it back to May with more information.
Right, and I'd like to see I'd like to see the backup for 2 that you have that's similar to this too, if you don't mind, because is that meaning it's another chunk of change that we're not getting? Well,
If the court wants
Our
to,
next meeting.
okay, so this looks like that's
14.
again, looking at it cold, it's another $119,000, and we're only getting 20,000 reimbursed, so that's about another 100. So technically, it's costing the county $400,000 for these 2 items that we're not sure we're statutorily obligated to do? Or is that wrong?
there's a breakdown, if you can pull this into executive, I can give you some of the breakdowns and describe which parts are statutorily required and which parts have been just decided on by the court to perform. We can provide that update today if you want to receive that and still have the item at the next agenda, but I'd hate to leave it hanging out there for too long without answers.
I'm okay if you want to have it in exec, if you think there's legal reasons to, as long as we're legitimately in exec on it. I mean, but this is it's a big number. So, yeah,
And on the child welfare, there was a set position that was 100% under the general fund 4130, but that was taken off for this fiscal year.
Wait. Okay, now you lost me. Say that again?
There was a position for the child welfare.
Wait. In addition to this money?
No, this is all part of it, but there was a position that was for the child welfare Title 4E. But that was not budgeted for 24-25 fiscal year.
But that's not included in this. So that's already been taken out of this?
That would have been more cost to the county instead of reimbursed if we're only getting that. A position would have eaten up the 41,000 or whatever.
As I stated with legal, it's a percentage of the work that's anyone that touches it. So the 100% was the social service person, and then anybody that auditors, signs, Michelle that documents everything, puts it together, submits it. Anybody that touches any of the paperwork, there's a percentage of their salary included in this.
But
it's all included. This is for year ending 9/30/2024. These numbers are for year ending 9/30/2024.
Your Honor, could I make?
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you very much. I have some of the same. When I read these before the meeting, I had the same confusion. Is this because I know the county attorney's office deals with juvenile assistance on a number of levels. I don't know everything, and so I thought, well, is this reimbursement for services that you're providing that you're statutorily required to provide? And if it is, then okay, this is a great deal. At least we're getting some money back on something we're statutorily required to do. But I don't know if that's true or not on all three of these items. Actually, when I read through them, what are we required to do and what are we not required to do? So if we're unsure about that, I agree with Commissioner Chesney. We probably ought to table this and bring it back at our next meeting so that we have a better understanding of what we're doing here.
And we can you tell them Nicole's here, who's been working on this, and she can provide an update at least.
An executive? And you still want to do an executive, or can we do it out here?
If I could have just one moment.
Mm-hmm. Yes, please.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners and Judge. I didn't quite hear all of the questions that you guys were discussing because I was multitasking and then on my way down here. Overall, on the legal services grant, any money that we can recoup is good for the county because we have to do these services anyway under the statute. The Family Code requires the county attorney's office to represent the Department of Family and Protective Services. It's a fixed percentage of money that we get in talking to Anna, and so any money that we could get back on that one is good.
That answers that question. Yes, thank you.
Were there any other questions?
And that's on all of, you haven't seen this obviously, but that's all of this, or is that part of this? Like what is statutorily obligated? There seemed to be some discussion on what could be statutorily obligated, and there's some things we're doing that we're not statutorily obligated to do.
On the legal services grant, that only pays for our legal services, and so all of that is statutorily obligated, required. We do have to provide those services to the state.
There's some other things in here that, that's what I'm trying to.
I think there's a question with the Child Welfare Services grant. That's a separate grant that is going to be discussed.
That's the second one?
Yes.
Okay.
Just 100,000.
So it is statutorily required in anything. So do we want to go ahead and move forward with the first one, B1? Since that has
so
been
wait.
clarified.
So you're saying that the Title IV County Child Welfare Services contract on item 2, that's all statutorily obligated?
The
item
legal
one.
services.
Item 1 is statutorily
Sorry,
required.
item 1.
Yes,
I missed my
That's why I asked since it is, if we wanted to go ahead and make a motion to pass.
Yes, any money that we don't get back from the state, we're going to have to kick in as the county, basically.
Because you're required to represent those, yes.
Absolutely.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any other discussion on B1? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes on B1. On B2 is the other item that, would you like to bring that back to the May meeting, Commissioner? Yes, May 14th.
So someone can tell me what we're statutorily obligated to do? Unless Nicole has that now.
I do. We're not statutorily obligated to fund child welfare services like money that we give to foster kids. This is a business decision of the court. However, in looking at the specifics under the grant, a large portion of the grant, I know that Anna was saying there's a large portion of the grant that goes to money we would already be spending. So when you're looking at the cost-benefit analysis for the county, you really need to be focusing on the program funds, the funds that wouldn't be spent by the county if we didn't have this grant. For example, a portion of this grant goes to paying the auditor's office. That would be getting paid by the county either way. So that isn't part of the cost benefit.
Is that the salary that's in here?
Yes.
And
yes.
You've looked at this sheet too?
I looked at the one that Michelle and Anna provided to me last week. I don't know if there are updates from that. We were working on the numbers.
Lisa has a comment, I think. Yes.
The salary for my staff is part of the indirect admin rate, not the salary that's listed on the
Okay, so what's the
handout.
salary?
It is.
Oh, it is?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So it isn't. What's the answer for the moment?
Anna?
Yes, it is included. The indirect cost is also included. That's in addition to. But the salaries that are on the administrative, there is 1% of the auditor, 5% of the accounts payable, 20% for Michelle that does all the paperwork and submissions. So yes, we're paying them and we're trying to get some of that. Anybody that touches anything on the reimbursement or the receipts or the management of it gets a percentage put in.
Okay, so none of this goes to anything outside of Nueces County people or things? Because I don't really understand. Because you're saying all the
How do
salary
you
and
distribute
The salary and the
this stuff?
fringe.
How do you distribute this stuff?
and the indirect admin rate is what you're saying also. So that's everything. Clothing, obviously, it's only $625. I don't know where that's going, but
The clothing goes to the children, the foster children that are Title IV eligible.
Yes.
right. So everything on this 119,000, other than clothing,
The gifts, the personal incidentals, school supplies.
but I'm saying the majority of this, you're saying, I'd say 80% of this is going to Nueces County reimbursement salaries.
Yes.
Okay, that makes a difference. Because we have to do it. We have to do these things anyway, is what you're telling me,
Yes.
because it's Title IV. Okay, I'll see you.
So
Nicole
do you
would have
wanna
been here
go ahead
earlier.
and
We
move
would have been done in
forward
15
then?
minutes. Yeah,
Yes,
sorry.
thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thanks for
Just
coming in,
needed
Nicole.
some questions answered, so we have a motion and a second to approve item number 2. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you. Moving to unanimously, thank you. Item number 3, discuss and consider authorizing the execution of a renewal and extension agreement for professional services with Justice Benefits JBI for auditing and consulting services related to federal financial participation and related matters. That's yours too, Anna.
Yes, sir. Yes, we've had this for years, since 2009, and JBI has handled that. They get the 15% of whatever the award is. The information comes from the sheriff's office and the auditor's office for salaries. They submit it to JBI. JBI puts all their...
It's a regular that's done every year.
Yes.
So, yeah.
And then
To approve. Yes. The cost to the county on this one, or the funding, the grants, they just, whatever we get, we spend, and their percentage comes out, JPI, of the grant that we receive. The funds can come out of that.
The funds that are received go to the sheriff's revenue.
Yes.
So moved.
I made the motion already.
second.
I was waiting on a second.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Yes, separate, but we approved them, yes. Item C1, discuss and consider approval of change order number 1 for the Nueces County Jail and Courthouse Sewer Improvement Project in the amount of $8,186, which will be allocated from a decrease in the contingency allowance for that. Oh, thank you, Juan, he's here, so.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Item number 2, discuss and consider approval of approval of change order number 2 for $185,054 for increase in the medical examiner renovations project, funded by $125,000 from precinct 2, ARPA, COs, and the medical examiner equipment. Teresa, I think you worked on this.
Do you want a motion?
Yeah.
You want to make a motion?
Yeah, so moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Commissioner Modas is out, but the motion passes. Item D1.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Good job, Juan.
Item D1.
Very clear.
Amen.
Approved budget amendment number 8 for fiscal year 24-25.
So moved, Judge.
Do we know what the budget amendment thing is?
Yes,
We
ma'am.
have a motion. All those, a motion and a second by Commissioner Gonzalez. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item E1. Discuss and consider authorizing the termination of the agreement with Hire Right LLC for background screening services and begin using the Texas Department of Public Safety. We have a
Second.
motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. We are now ready to go into executive unless you all want to correct me on anything.
Nope, you're good.
Okay, executive session. Public notice is given that the Commissioners Court may elect to go into executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, to the extent there has been a best practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and for those for executive session. The public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda items in executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer. In accordance with the authority of the Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087, the Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with the attorneys including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such action as appropriate on items discussed in an executive discussed in an executive session. Thank you. Item A, sometimes we are discussed. I consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to the March 20th, 2025 demand by Janie Gifford and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Discuss, consider, and take action in regular session if needed. Item B, consult with the county attorney regarding legal issues related to a proposal from CPS Energy, City Public Services Board of San Antonio, and City of San Antonio COSA for tax exemption settlement agreements for the Nueces Bay Power Plant and the Barney Davis Power Plant on all related matters. Discuss and consider in regular session if necessary, 551.071. Item C, consult with the county attorney regarding the status of the easement and historical designation of historic 1914 County Courthouse, Texas Government Code 551.071. Take action in open session if necessary. Item D3, we are bringing into executive from the consent agenda. Let me find it. D3 is the DLF payment that is Government Code 551.071, and bring D7 in the regular agenda, I guess.
386.
3A6. Why did I have D7? 3A6. Oh, we did 7 with that. Thanks for remembering that off the top of your heads. 3A6, discuss and consider authorizing, approving, execution of an agreement with Texas A&M University, Texas A&M University CC, for the installation, operation, and maintenance of groundwater monitoring wells in designated Nueces County inland parks and related matters. 551.071. B1 and B2 we did. Is there anything else that needs to go to executive that we missed? There being none, it is 11:18 and we're going to executive. Thank you.
We're just about done with that project on getting signed agreements. We've been working with the human resources because although they sign them in my office, we turn them into them and they have them. So they're going back and scanning. There were a couple of names that wanted to change, like one person has gotten back to their main name. So they didn't match up and we had someone that sent us instead of the agreement. So we're just cleaning up that. So I think we're like 48 out of the 50 already. Oh, that's my fantasy football championship that I pulled out last year.
That's nice. I love it.
My wife gets mad at me every time I wear it. She's like,
I have no laugh.
Somebody call Connie back to her position. She's not turning me on.
Thank you, sir.
Judge says you're on.
Our screens aren't on. Now, there we go. Thank you. It is 1:06, and we are back from executive session, back in session. Item A, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to the demand by Janie Gifford. I believe we have a motion.
Judge, the motion would be to deny the claim made by Janie Gifford.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. On item D3 from the consent agenda.
Judge, I would make a motion to approve the payment as listed to DLF and to direct DLF to provide a written progress report and schedule of payments made by Thursday, May 1st, and present that to the Inland Parks Director for circulation to the Commissioner's Court.
We have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Commissioner Gonzalez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously as well. 3A6, I believe Commissioner Pusley, you have a motion.
Yes, Your Honor. If we could, I would request that we table this until our next regularly scheduled county commissioners meeting to give an opportunity for our county attorney to bring back more information for us.
A motion and a second to table to the next meeting, May 14th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. I believe that's all of the action on our agenda, gentlemen, unless you can remind me if I forgot one of your items, please let me know now. Otherwise, do we have any adjournments in memory of? Yes, Commissioner Chesney, you can go first.
Yes, Your Honor. This is the obituary for Darrell Lee Barger. He was born in 1946 in Texas City to Dwayne and Sheila Barger, and he passed away peacefully, surrounded by family and friends in Houston on Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025, at the age of 78. He will be lovingly remembered and missed by his wife and his children. Darrell's impressive list of professional achievements include recognition as a fellow in both the International Academy of Trial Lawyers and the American College of Trial Lawyers, the honor of the Texas Bar Foundation Ronald D. Sechrist Outstanding Trial Lawyer of the Year, the Lifetime of Excellence in Advocacy Award in 2023 from the Texas Association of Civil Trial and Appellate Specialists, Sentinel of the Seventh Amendment Award by the American Board of Trial Advocates, and so many others. I will say, just on a personal note, there's not an obituary that would really effectively discuss the achievements that Darrell Barger had in his life, and not only his professional achievements, but just the kind of person and friend that he was. Darrell was an outstanding lawyer, a good man, and he will definitely be missed by many in this community. He was definitely a defense lawyer deluxe. He really was quite the guy. So our condolences to the Barger family on the loss of Darrell Barger.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner.
I have one on Elia Serna Barrera. Barrera died at the age of 92 on January 28, 1930. She was born on January 28, 1933. She was a graduate of Robstown High School and attended business school in Corpus Christi. She worked with grace and integrity throughout her life. From her early days with the Selective Service System, known as the DRAP Board, Coastal Bend Legal Aid, and later as a trusted staff member to State Representative Hugo Berlanga. Delia loved gardening, reading, poetry, and books. She was a loving daughter, wife, mother, sister, grandmother, great-grandmother, and friend who will be dearly missed by all of her family and friends. Until the end of her life, she was a strong woman of faith who influenced many lives through her loving kindness and the love of God. Prayer services will be held at 7 p.m. on Sunday, April 27th, 2025, at Ramon Funeral Home in Robstown, Texas. The funeral services will be held at 11 a.m. on Monday, April 28, 2025, at Ramon Funeral Home. Interments will follow at the Coastal Bend State Veterans Cemetery in Corpus Christi, Texas, where she will be laid beside her beloved husband. By now, they're both holding hands, probably walking through the heavenly gates. Not only was she a mother, a grandmother, a sister, and friend, the family also brought into this world 5 children, 13 grandchildren, 27 great-grandchildren, 1 great-great-grandson. Ms. Barrera was a wonderful, beautiful lady, very caring, and mother to my assistant, Sandra Santos. She will be missed by all. Our blessings to the family and my chief of staff.
Absolutely. Are there any others? I have one that I failed to do last meeting, and I sincerely apologize. Teresa, this is her niece, Sonia Latrice Lewis. Her sunrise was May the 6th, 1983. Sunset for her was March 17th, 2025. She is the daughter of Eugene Carmichael and niece of our beloved Teresa McLemore. Your life was a blessing, your memory a treasure. You were loved beyond words and will be missed beyond measure forever in our hearts. What a great write-up about your niece, and for all of our families, the Barger family, to Sandra's mother, the Barrera family, the Lewis family as well. Our deepest condolences go out to each of these families. Yes. If there is no other business, it is 1:13, and this meeting is adjourned.